Over and around Havre, Montana, under the designation National Defense. U.S. fighter jets have been scrambled from 3 separate military bases. Flash traffic came into me stating that the following Portland-based F-15 fighter jets have just been scrambled out on a northbound heading. Those jets were scrambled out of the Portland Air National Guard Base. Additional fighters scrambled out of McCord Field. Shortly thereafter, the alert tankers were sent into the air from Fairchild Air Force Base. Flights in and around Seattle appeared to be operating as normal. Overflights appeared to be unaffected as well.
Temporarily with a fake alien UFO virtual closed airspace in USA, Montana, under the National Defense. US fighter jets have been scrambled 3 separate military bases. Welcome to the Project Bluebeam start of this. FAA. Yesterday's date. UK faked a news story on this already. It's not a balloon, it's not UFO. It's Project Bluebeam. Irritable jet shot down. Over Canada. And you have to pay to see the object on a particular website. Oh, for goodness sake.
Another unidentified object over Vancouver, but has not been confirmed as of yet. A new knockdown has been issued by the FAA for areas over Havre, Montana. The airspace has been defined as a national defense airspace. Unclear if it is related to another unknown object. It appears below. So this area right here, this area in the red, the little red square, that is where the no-fly zone is. That's where they are tracking this new UFO. Here is the active tracking. Here is the temporary RA activated, effective February 11th. Here is the 6:20 p.m. CST. We said DLC Mountain Airspace Boundary, temporary flight restrictions. The Federal Aviation Authority. Airspace pilots who do not adhere to the following procedure may be intercepted, detained, and interviewed by law enforcement security personnel. All of the following additional actions may be taken against a pilot who does not comply with the request or any special instructions or procedures announced on the NOTAM. The FAA may take administration action, including imposing civil penalties and suspension or revocation of airman certificates. So This is what is being reported a couple hours ago. It says reports of fighter jets were scrambled from Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana. A USAF KC-135 mid-air refueling craft is on task just outside of Great Falls, Montana. This one took off from Fairchild Air Force Base. The FAA statement says the FAA closed some airspace in Montana to support the Department of Defense activities. Contact NORAD for additional information. Aircraft on Billings approach have been notified of closed airports to the north due to a national security situation. This is a national security situation right now. The NOTAM issued for northern Montana is about 50 by 50 nautical miles. So a 50 by 50 nautical mile area. Representative Rosendale confirmed that an object is in the airspace. They will observe and ground the object in the morning. The NOTAM has been pulled effective as a 0112 UTC. Billings, Logan International Airport, and Havre City Airport have been reportedly reopening to incoming and outgoing commercial aircraft. So this was done a little bit earlier, that there is another balloon or unidentified object that has been detected in the airspace over Montana. So I did want to bring you this short breaking news alert. Sorry, folks, that our mic was not working, but a lot of crazy things going on right now. It looks like some country, maybe China, maybe Russia, has been probing our defenses, seeing our weak spots or where we are, or maybe it's something else, folks. Who knows? But just keep your prayers up. It'll be a good night to say Psalms 91, the prayer Psalms 91. And just trust in God, folks, and we're going to get through this, but we're trying to keep you abreast of what is happening in the world. So God bless you. Remember, Jesus Christ loves you. He's coming back soon. Don't be caught dead without him. Bye-bye.
It's just reading a news article, so. Wow. Psalms 91.
Psalm 34. I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. My soul shall make its boast in the Lord. The humble shall hear of it and be glad. Oh, magnify the Lord with me, and let us exalt his name together. I sought the Lord, and he heard me, and delivered me from all my fears. They looked to him and were radiant, and their faces were not ashamed. This poor man cried out, and the Lord heard him, and saved him out of all his troubles. The angel of the Lord encamps all around those who fear him, and delivers them. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man who trusts in him. Oh, fear the Lord, you, his saints. There is no one to those who fear him. The young lions lack and suffer hunger, but those who seek the Lord shall not lack any good thing. Come, you children, listen to me. I will teach you the fear of the Lord. Who is the man who desires life and loves many days, that he may see good? Keep your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking deceit. Tree. And it's like on the base, we have a TV and a game. And the game that we have is like the foosball game, so we hit the foosball back and forth and stuff like that. So we don't really do much, but we're able to see the outside world. And we started getting frustrated at this point with the fact that the average people don't know about what we're doing. And we got to the point where we got tired of doing the shit we were doing, which, Michael Prince talked about. That's why he came out. He was the person that was one of our unit leaders that was able to actually lead the base on average, just because.
Which manifests across the board, from the literal standpoint of hosting and taking over somebody to organizing global institutionalized sex slavery.
They're called the Illuminati, and the Illuminati are actually run by these 13 bloodlines, which are all of the royal families in Europe and in England, and they need the blood because they are, in fact, not human. They take human shape. They are reptilians, and they need the blood. The blood helps them maintain their reptilian shape, and it helps them maintain their sanity, and it helps them to live in this world because they are not from this world.
Now, when you go within that, there are those groups of reptilians who have a command and conquer attitude. So those that have a command and conquer attitude, we're talking about the main reptilians, the Draconis. They are hostile to humanity simply because they want to maintain the status quo. So there's one group. I don't like the word malevolent because people don't understand. Alpha Draconis reptilians eat children and eat humans. But that's not benevolence. That's because it's their culture. That's what they do because they believe they have the right to do that. It's totally wrong. But that's what they believe, and they don't see it's wrong at all. And that's where they have the agreements with Earth governments. And as long as they get the supplies coming through to them, then they won't take it any further, and they don't come out onto the surface and cause a lot of aggro. And that's the way it's been for thousands of years. If you have to understand that most reptilians will look on humans as the lowest of the low. When dealing with military, they have a first interaction protocol where the humans have to bow to them. After that, they don't have to do that because they've already shown their subservience to them. If you look at very wealthy bloodline families, the reptilians look on them as not equals, but as the anointed ones of power. So they don't have to bow generally. For instance, if a Rothschild grouping, the alien will have the reptile will have the head chair. There'll be a beautiful carved chair somewhere, and that's where he will sit, and then the family will sit round. They don't have to bow at that point, but there will be a ceremonial point where they have to do the bowing.
Okay, so to reptilians or other alien beings coming to a foreign planet, you have to remember these beings are billions of years more or millions of years more advanced than we are, and they consider human beings as lower beings, so they think that they should be able to eat them. Reptilians also eat other different types of beings, not just humans, and just like how we eat cows and chickens and pigs because we think they're lower than us, so they just, that's their perception on humans, so they just come here and feast, and they go back to their fourth dimension or whatever planet they're in the third dimension, and then they do their thing. So most reptilians like to eat children because they're more tastier, more younger. When they're in a scared state of mind, they project adrenochrome and this negative energy that really gets a high for them. It's almost like a cocaine high for them. Like there's thousands of different types of Earth planets, exactly like this ones that are actually foreign planets. This whole system that we live in today, where we go to work and we vote and we listen to music videos, this is actually a controlled matrix slave system for conscious beings to be controlled in a matrix of where they're asleep and they just don't know what's going on, but it's happening every day. On most reptilian worlds, they have it's like, I would say the best word is translated to is colonies of humans all over the planet, and they're just big walls. It's like a concentration camp where they have humans breeding each other, and they chain the walls and they feed them to get them fatter or skinnier, whatever type of dessert they want, and then they just eat them. I'm not sure because I don't know. Like every world I go to, there's always humans chained to walls. There's hundreds of thousands of kids in basements somewhere being mined for adrenochrome. I don't know where these people come from. Maybe they're just, because I know humans are a very, very big food source and slave force in the galaxy. They're very used by lots of alien groups for food and sex and workforce. Actually, mostly it's I would say 60% of it is actually our own governments, not our own government agencies and the SSB that are kidnapping these kids. These kids are just homeless kids, people that no one will notice that's missing or that will care to find, and human groups will use this as a trade bait to other alien groups for technology or even information, because that's the only thing humans have to trade.
In the police station, when he was being held down and the sergeant came over, he said the sergeant shapeshifted in front of him, turned into a reptile, and then came back to human and then shapeshifted again and returned.
And one of the primary sources of illusion, which is emotional energy that they feed on. The humans are a hybrid creation that gave off the best and the most pure form of loosh. Loosh being emotional energy that provides food for this, whatever it is, reptilians or whatever, that within the human experience, the finest and the most pure form of loosh came from pre-adolescent children. in satanic rituals that pre-adolescent children are used primarily in certain satanic rituals because of they give off the most pure form of emotional terror that you can imagine. From our point of view, it's perverse. From their point of view, it's filet mignon. This is the best form of food that we can get.
I had an office in the radar tower. It was the first office on the second floor in the back. Next to my office was another office, and I remember, I was wearing a stack of Bibles. I remember a lizard man in that office. It was His Highness Draco something. I can't remember the other name. And he was about 6 foot, 7 foot tall, had sort of like scaly skin, humanoid. He walked erect like we do. He had 2 arms, 2 legs. He had a tail, but it really didn't show most of the time. He had somewhat of a humanoid face, strange eyes, a big mouth, and, looked like what you would expect if you're going to put together a lizard man.
So the human outcome, it's literally whether humans will survive and develop and be what we always should have been, or whether we're destined to stay exactly as we are now. Technology will change. Your mobile phone will get smaller. Your mobile phone bill will get bigger, but your mobile phone will get smaller. But humans are still prisoners. And we fool ourselves that we've gone on from the horse to the motor car and all the rest of it, but actually we're still trapped. So this whole battle that's been fought above the earth and on the earth and under the earth and energetically through the minds of people, are literally to break enslavement, because humans are enslaved. But the system has been going is so clever that the vast majority of people don't understand what they are, and how they're being trapped, and how they're being tricked, and how they're being lied to. You won't see it very clearly. One of the important things throughout all of their interaction with humanity was not to be recognized and not to be seen, because humans record in stone. We're very good at that. We create. We're fantastic like that as a race. So they recreate. The reptilians didn't want that. You will see it occasionally in some of the Sumerian or Assyrian, Babylonian carvings. Occasionally, you will also see it in some of the Mayan or Aztec items. What you're much more likely to see are renditions of feline species from the Egyptian times, because they weren't covered by the same protocol. So they weren't. There was no ban on depicting them, whereas there is a ban. There still is now a ban on depicting reptilians, and I'll give you absolute proof of that when I did that very nice interview on the Today program with Holly Willoughby and Schofield, and I did 2 drawings, one of a mantid and one of a reptile, and I was told point blank we're not allowed to put the reptile up because they were going to have me as a backdrop, them as a backdrop to me. So the stills I've got, which they very kindly sent me, I'm being interviewed with them, and behind me is a picture of the mantid. But originally, Schofield and gang were going to have the mantid and the reptile, and somebody very high up said we're not allowed. They didn't even know what it was called. All they said to me was, we've been told we can't put this one up. So there's a blanket that goes out, and hence, if you think about what your title of this DVD is, because we're coming around to that now, and you think about that chapter in The Greatest Secret that David Icke wrote, which was don't mention the reptiles, and that's a fact, and David's absolutely right, that the system doesn't want to publicize them because they've signed an agreement not to publicize them. It's to keep them out. So you can talk about the greys as much as you want. That's not an issue. You can talk about the mantids as much as you want, because they don't manipulate humanity. The reptile race that we're talking about manipulates humanity and has done for thousands of years, and has a covenant with the elite humans who run the world that they've always been the shadows.
So from my recollection, we weren't actually ever set free. We actually grew up and were part of a military faction that we would go and hunt down alien beings or people that were a threat to the program or to what was going on behind the scenes. We were the top tier that would hunt down the aliens and stuff. That weren't allowed to be there, like here on the planet and stuff. They didn't have permission, so we would go and be the ground troops that would go and hunt them down. And then later on, there was another, with that faction, there was another being that we hunted down, which is in the photo that I sent you, with just the head. We were in like this jungle setting, and this being was hiding in the mountains, in these rocky mountains up in this jungle, and we finally tracked him down. And he had this ability to like subdue us, like subdue beings. So this is an actual photo. They did an interview, and that interview was taken down. But those kids that are in the background, they were actually playing. So we had to cut through this area where they were living. These people were living to get to that being. And you can tell like his eyes are sunk into its head because of the decay and stuff. They obviously didn't put it on ice. But the thing that's in his head, so what we did is we finally tracked him down, and there was a unit of us. So there was it was me, Michael Jago was part of that. Anthony Zinder was part of that unit. It was like a 5-person team, and there was like 2 other people. I can't remember off the top of my head for the most part. But we went there, we hunted this being down. We were going through these catacombs in this mountain to try to track it. And he could sit there and paralyze you. And he had like some kind of like wings in a sense, but he would bring him up and then it would cause paralysis. And I remember like I finally caught up to him. And like we had paralysis. I ended up being put into a paralysis state, and I think it was Anthony Zinder that caught up and killed the being. And then I remember like running up and jumping and stomping on its head, like repeatedly. And afterwards, Anthony Zinder like ripped his head off, and that's why it's all torn out at the bottom. And then when we were headed back, so the cleanup crew that would show up to pick up these bodies, these alien bodies and stuff, they were used to Anthony taking the heads because he got the taxidermy on the base, because we didn't have much to do on the base that we lived on. So he would take the heads of our enemies. I think that was like number 8 or number 10 that he took at that point. And he took that thing that the guy was holding in his head. He picked it up as we were walking back through this little village. He picked that up and stuck it in the head so he could hold it because he was getting like the blood and stuff on his hands. And he was sitting there, and the 2 kids that were in the back, like the one that's hanging on the fence and the one that's in the background, he was sitting there and he was fucking with the kids as we were walking by. And he was like, rah, and fucking scaring the shit out of them. And, he was like, I was like, hey, you see something cool, because like he already freaked us out, like most of us when he would do his taxidermy and shit, because he just started doing that randomly. Like he was like, that ultra was like losing his shit. So I was like, hey, you want to see something cool? I was like, give me the head. And didn't know for sure, and like if he wanted to do it. And I was like, come on, man, give me the head. So he handed me the head, and I fucking tossed it over the fence into that yard. And it was off to the right-hand side where it landed. And the kids were like, they came up and ran up and saw it. And they were like poking it with a stick. And I remember Anthony being like, hey, man, that was mine. And I was like, oh, don't worry about it. I was like, it's not like they, here's the funny part. I was like, it's not like they have cameras. I was like, they're backwater, like they live in the backwater, they're yokels. And lo and behold, they did have a camera. But that's the same stick that they were poking with. It's in the kid's hand too. So it's pretty neat to actually see that. So anyways, yeah, so like we were leaving, and like when I was doing that, Michael Jacobs altar clone that was there, I was like, hey, you should be a little nicer, because he has this thing where like on the base, he's like a pastor, like new age pastor kind of person, and he likes to get people to try to come in, but nobody ever wants to go into his place to listen to him. But, and it's like on the base, we have a TV and a game, and the game that we have is like a foosball game. You know, so we hit the foosball back and forth and stuff like that. So we don't really do much, but we're able to see the outside world, and we started getting frustrated at this point with the fact that the average people don't know about what we're doing, and we got to the point where we got tired of doing the shit we were doing, which, you know, Michael Prince talked about. That's why he came out. He was the only person that was one of our unit leaders that was able to actually leave the base on average, just because like we left the base when we were on mission. He got to leave the base whenever. So me and a few others went and talked to him, and like Max Spears had an altar that was there. And eventually, like once Michael Prince came out, some shit happened, and we thought that Max Spears was a traitor. So like we went on a mission to hunt him down and kill him, and that's how he ended up dying. We had his girl's activation codes for her sex altar and stuff. And what we did is we showed up, we talked to the chief of police, and we basically told him that we were with an agency, that we were with a certain agency, which freaked him out. And we told him that we were going to be operating in his territory. And then the guy that dealt with the morgue stuff, he's the one that gave us the drug to inject Max Spears with. And he has money like an offshore account because of that. We ended up giving money to cover up his murder. But I also remember, like, we used to push, like, when Michael Prince talks about pushing drugs, like, we were pushing drugs from a white Drago that sits on a crystalline black throne. And like, this is the location where that's at. But I remember, like, we would push drugs and stuff like that. So a lot of what he came out and talked about, like, that shit actually happened, you know.
So when
I remember him being...
When you say push drugs, that means moving drugs around for public consumption.
Yeah, like moving drugs around so it could hit the streets. And the whole point of that process was because, you know, you want to soften the battlefield. If you get a bunch of people drugged up, they're easier and more open to doing what you want them to do and conform. And it also destroys and deteriorates the community at large, so it makes it a lot easier. So, like, if you decide to finally do an invasion of the planet, I mean, you have a bunch of doped out, you know, people that are just more worried about meaningless shit, or their lives are already destroyed, so they won't know what's going to hit them, you know. And we were put in these dog cages, so it was first they put the girl in there, and then there was already the boy that was originally there, and then they put me in the left hand side. And I remember talking to the little boy, like, what's going on? What's going to happen? He's like, we're going to die. We all die. Like, he was like, totally, he already knew what was going to happen. He's like, we all end up dying. He's like, just get used to that. You know, comprehend that basically. And he was like this. He already knew what was going down. He knew what time it was. They took him out of the cage, and he was the kid that was sacrificed, and we had to drink his blood and eat his flesh. But yeah, he would check the time stuff and make sure that it was the right time. We'd start the rituals and things. I remember killing some of the kids for him. I would slit their throats and stuff.
So was this like on the altar, or is this just because they were disobedient?
No, it was when they were placed on the altar, they would be placed alive. That way, when they would be scared to death, which would cause the adrenochrome, like their adrenaline to pump up. You know, when you're a kid, and pre-pubescent, like adrenaline is where you get your adrenochrome. It's a piece of the adrenochrome. What it does is it goes into the blood, and you drink that. And that's what gives you the ability to, like, you know, raise your IQ, like, you know, basically that kind of shit.
Yeah, I mean, they make it fertile.
So what he was, he would have me and a few other kids would drink it, and then he would, like, ideas, and like what we would do is, like, we would channel information for him. That's how he improved his business the way he did. So he would get certain information and know who to bring in and who not to bring in, so that his business would expand and he'd become more wealthy and more powerful and be able to take over more politics and stuff. You can even look him up. He got in a lot of trouble for, like, giving employees money to buy you know, to give donations to politicians and, like, all sorts of shit. And I never really talked about it with anybody. So that's why he always thought I was, like, investigating stuff, you know? Like, he thought I was a cop or something.
Do you ever remember any portals opening up and demons coming through?
I remember, yes, there was this being that started coming through. I have photos of it that I sent you. And that being, I don't know what the fuck that being was, but he was pretty evil. But it was like, if you think about the Emerald City in the Alice in Wonderland, not Alice, but Wizard of Oz. If you think about the Emerald City, like there was like emerald shards that were in front of him as he was approaching, and that was like towards the end of my time there. And I remember, like, I was the one who told Tony to use his love light to attack this dude.
Is it, or is it Ashtar?
No. That's Brilliant, actually. He's the pilot for the ship that Ashtar's on. There it is. That was later on. So like Tony was on. So when the altar was there, Tony was on, I believe, the right hand side. That was me on the left hand side. And he basically made us. He looked at us and he was like, "One of you is going to have to sacrifice yourself," you know. So for this ritual that they were doing, and
You should
they
have
sat
said,
there and
they said, well, said, I volunteer you to do it.
Yeah. So you know, I remember looking over at Tony and like Tony, me and Tony were next to each other at that point. I remember like feeling what Tony felt, and I remember getting a telepathic communication that said, "Use your love and light." Right in that moment, I'm like, "What? Love and light?" And I was like, "What the fuck is that?" You know. But then I had memory come back in that moment, and I remember looking at Tony, and Tony didn't know what to say. Like he didn't want to die, but you know, he didn't know what to say at that point. And I remember being able to open his mind, and I talked to him telepathically, and I was like, "When I tell you when it's time, I want you to use your love and light." And he was like, "What?" And I was like, he was freaked out that I was talking to him telepathically. I didn't understand that situation, let alone what I had said. And I was like, just think of love and light. And I ended up telling Tom that I would sacrifice myself. And I remember Tom being shocked because I was the one who normally would, like, you know, do his bidding and slit the throats of these kids and stuff and get them prepared before, you know, we would be drinking blood and, you know, and all that stuff before he would put us under and then start channeling people through us, like beings through us. So this being started coming through, and like when he started coming through, I remember telling Tony now, you know, telepathically, and when we did, we combined our energy because it was like it's a defensive ability that I learned when I was with Ashtar, Commander Ashtar. I think the person that contacted me was for real at that point, but we connected our energy, and I shot a light beam, like a light energy beam at him, and he, like this beam was like, "What the hell?" And like got really pissed and like left basically. You know, like he was quite pissed and taken back, and he was basically called in and attacked. You know, and he ended up leaving, and then they were like, "What happened? Where is he? Do you see him?" And we were like, "No." You know, we both said, "No, we don't see him." You know. Well, I mean, later on, I remember eventually I got drugged up. I was laying on this blanket, and like I was being raped. And before that happened, the guard that was standing there hit me in the head. It's like, keep your fucking mouth shut, you know, because they had security guards, and they were like buff, and they were just cold-blooded. You know, they were like mercenary security guards in a sense. I was actually quite shocked like when I saw them, because like it's like, you know, who the fuck could just watch this happen, you know? So I don't know if they were part of the programs or what, but they were fucking me. And I just remember later on I was being raped, and I was just like laying on other people while they were being raped, other kids, like laying next to other kids that were being raped by grown ass old men, or like they're not all old, but you know they were all adults. Like he basically cured us for these politicians and stuff because he wanted to own blackmail shit. Or on LinkedIn, so it'd be like, I mean, that's how it works, you know. You get them a part of this shit, and then, you know, then you'll be like, well, if you don't do this, then I'm gonna have to release photos of this, or if you don't do this, you know, what I want, then I'm gonna do this. So he was like in a burgeoning process of taking over the political system in that area, and on a grander scale. But there's a bunch of stuff that went with that. All I knew is that I was just there, and I was, you know, I didn't have a choice. What he would do is he would like try to get the community on his side, and they portrayed themselves like they were Christians in a sense, or like some kind of religious people, you know, so they hide in plain sight, you know, but behind closed doors, they were doing the shit they were doing. I was told by my commanding officer to meet this guy because he would help cover it up. He would be the closest person that would help cover it up. And he didn't want to, by the way. We started talking, discussing it. I told him everything, and he was like, well, you know, at the end of the conversation, when I finally finished up, he was like, well, what's going to stop me from just turning them in? And I was like, there's no law against jumping into other people's bodies and killing people. And he just kind of looked shocked for a minute, processed that information. He was like, well, shit, you know. He was like, but I'm just one person. There's other people that are part of this investigation. And I was like, well, that's up to you. I was like, you know, you're gonna have to figure that out. You know, we were conversating about this. He wasn't very happy about it, but again, like when he realized that this guy was a fucking sycophant and was doing the shit he was doing, he was like, well, you know, I basically told him, you know, I did it. At that point, I didn't know that the time was distorted beforehand, but I did it to stop him from keep doing it to other kids, you know. So I told him why I did it. And he kind of understood in a sense, but then after I told him that, then I had mentioned there's going to be another individual that looks just like me. It's going to come along and try to contact you. So that altar knows about me. And he was like, if you tell him anything, I'm going to come back and I'm going to kill your fucking kids. He'll give me love. So, like when I contacted him, I could tell he was being quiet. I could tell he wasn't saying anything because he was afraid that altar would come back, which he would. That altar would come back and kill his family without hesitation. That individual is a chair of Raytheon, of that company itself. Of course, I don't like most of these people. I think are in the altar though. So it's like the people that really run these programs aren't even human. They're extraterrestrials. We're basically this covert warrior. Like we're in a covert war on their behalf. So it's like what we do. Like we're not going to directly attack. Like for us as America, we wouldn't directly attack Russia, but we'll use proxies to attack them. So I watched that, and then there would be a reel that would show what's going on in the galaxy. Like, you know, how far of the dark. Like they perceive their enemies as the dark ones, and they were the light ones. You know, Brotherhood of Light, basically. So they would show that, and it would show planets, and it would show like if planetary, the people on the planets, on these planets were liberated or not, if they chose to join the light or follow the dark ones. So like that's the shit that they would play, you know. So we would keep up on current events, and I always remembered wanting to be a part of doing that, you know, but I never was able to. You know what I mean?
Was it narrated by Vrillian's voice like that broadcast that took place in 1979 in the UK?
No, but it was narrated by a female. It was like watching the news, basically. It was like a female alien, and she looked humanoid, and she would be basically talking about what's going on other planets, and if we're winning or how much we're losing, and shit like that. So it was kind of weird.
Do you get the sense that it was mostly propaganda, or like was it accurate? You know, like
no, it was accurate. Like this was just okay. Yeah, it was basically like this is what our sides, and they would sit there and say if we were fake, you know, like how good we're doing with certain planets, like if we lost the ability to protect the planet, or if the population at large, because it's the population at large that has to choose if they want to be free or not. You know, they could be decadent and. I did go to another planet that had reptilians on it, and there was a tribe of reptilians that were being attacked by a more rural reptilian tribe on another distant planet that wasn't even in this galaxy. We left our galaxy in another galaxy. But yeah, they showed up. We gave them food, you know, to keep their people alive. And he told me about, I think his wife was captured, but his mate, his female companion was captured by this being. Or no, she was with them, but like they were attacking them. You know, they would kidnap their people and enslave people that they would take, you know, to survive this other tribe. And we were bringing food for them, and he conversated about how much strife that the people were in. And I decided to tell Commander Ashtar that I was going to stay there and help liberate them and kill whoever this reptilian was, you know. And We did. I did, and I stayed there by myself. And I told the commander, come back and pick me up on your way back. And I ended up staying there. I fought alongside this reptilian. He became a really close friend of mine. We wiped out our enemies because I had more advanced weapons with me, and I armed him up, and basically I took over and trained them on how to fight guerrilla warfare. And we ended up slaughtering this chieftain that they had, wiped out their enemies basically, and liberated their planet.
Can you comment about, because these bodies that we occupy here now are considered home altars of the least world. That's what they call us. So when the soul aspect is killed off here, how will that affect the altar up there? Does it get rehomed back to that clone body?
That's a good question. Honestly, I don't. I know, when you say you're like a clone and you die, they can basically grab your soul, put you back into another clone, but normally you home into your original body. But it's also been talked about where, you can die, but your clone can still exist with that soul shard. So they can go on even after you're dead. That's pretty much what they were dressed like. They were in the Navy, and basically they were our instructors. And they were the ones who would direct us and train us and stuff. So what had happened is we would sit there and we would go to sleep. They would direct us. I remember coming to and walking down the hallway and coming basically fluctuating in and out, lacking in and out. And then I was outside and I ended up getting into this van, and I heard him basically say, shut the door and put your seatbelt on. And when he did, I kind of came to after I shut the door, and I was like, who are you? And he started saying stuff. One of the guy that was riding shotgun basically was talking about, he was like, hey man, just use the syringe. And, he's like, oh no, he's going to do what he's told. And I was like, I don't know who you are. And I started freaking out, because I'd been taught, that, you don't get in vehicles with strangers and stuff like that. So I started screaming out, stranger danger, And when I did, I heard these other kids start going, in unison, as if they were all connected. And I veered off I looked to my right, and then basically scanned behind me. And there was 8 of us in this van. The other 7 kids were in this van, and they were basically all doped out. They were all not doped out, but they were in a trance basically. And they were like, hey, calm down, And I was like, no, I don't know who you are. Who are you? Let me out of here, And the guy finally got pissed and unbuckled the seatbelt, and he got out of the van, and then he walked over and opened up my door, and I watched him. And on his left arm, he had the anchor tattoo. The Navy anchor tattoo, and then he also had the True North symbol tattooed on his forearm. And I remember when he opened up the door, he was like, "Put your fucking seatbelt on," and I was like, "I don't want to." And then I tried to fight him off and hit him, and I attempted to bite him, and he ended up punching me in the head, right here on my left hand side, because he was facing on my left, and he punched me in the head. And when he did, he's like, "You want another one?" And I was like, "No." And he was like, "Then put your fucking seatbelt on." And basically, when my head hurt, and I was like, "My head hurts," And he was like, reached over, grabbed the seatbelt, reached over me, and buckled me in. And when he did, that's when I saw his tattoo on his forearm. As I was in pain, I was like, "What's that?" It was it freaked me out that I noticed that, and he was like, "It's none of your business. Just shut up." And then he took out his syringe, because he was I think it was with his right hand. He took out the syringe and used his teeth. He took his left hand and put it on my head and lurched my head to the side so he could get to my vein in my neck. And he used his teeth to pull the cap off, he let some of the liquid out and put it in my neck. And then he shut the door after he was done. They had this church that was behind the school. And like, so if I go back to before all this started taking place, I'd walk, there was a playground. So it would be the school, and then there would be a playground. And then there would be this church that was behind it. So there was one day the door was open, and I walked up the steps into this church, walked in, and there was these, I did an image, but basically there were these 3 reptilians that were there, and they were holding a chalice, and they were talking back and forth with whoever this, I think it was like a pastor or whatever, but they were basically doing a blood ritual, and they were drinking blood and stuff. And these reptilians saw that I walked in, and they were like, hey, you know, they were like, have them leave, or you know, basically they were talking about eating me next, you know. But they were in the interaction with this guy, and he was like, no, I'll take care of it. And these three reptilians like walked into this back room. And when they did, I had sat down in one of the pews, and he had walked up to talk to me, and he was like, hey, and he was like, what did you see? And I was like, I didn't see anything. He was like, good. He's like, that's a smart move. You're a smart kid, aren't you? And I was like, I don't know. I just didn't see anything, man, because I was scared shitless, you know, because they were really reptilians. And I'm like, fuck, dude, that freaked me out. So after that, like that night, I had went home, and I was laying in my bed, and that was the first night that I got abducted by a military group. And they basically came in and abducted me that night after I had seen those reptilians. Plus, I had been abducted like before that by another ship. I can't really quite remember quite well. Yeah, those were the 3. They were dressed in like this monk outfits. It was kind of weird.
So this was in a Christian church.
Yeah, it was the Seventh-day Adventist church.
And so these were like the clergy in that church, like shapeshift into their form?
No, these were just actual reptilians that were there, that were basically, they were sharing blood with whoever the pastor at the time was. I think he was like I can't remember what his name was, but he's still active. They had us do some hand-to-hand fights with each other. And in the process of that, after you either won or lost, it didn't matter. They would hand us kittens, and they would see if you would kill the kittens. They would order you to kill the kittens and stuff. And I remember the person that I fought, he beat the shit out of me. He had a lot of anger issues. And like when I was dealing with him, I could sense that his father was very abusive to him, and would beat him and stuff. So he beat the fuck out of me. And it was in another part of the mall, and they had seating. I don't know if I had photos of it on there or not. I don't think that I did, but I put in a separate file, I think. Anyways, we're all sitting there. There were individuals that were up top that were sitting there, and the instructor that we had was standing on ground level, and he would be the ones who would hand us the kittens. And if we killed the kittens, we would basically be activated for the assassin program. The individual before me didn't kill the kitten. The one right after that, I was brought up, and because I got my ass beat, you know, I was like, who's this kid? He beats my ass, but he can't even kill a kitten, you know? Like, my upbringing was pretty fucked up. Like, my stepfather was pretty brutal with animals and stuff, so animals being murdered in front of me was not an irregular situation for me. So when he handed me the kitten, I was so angry that I ended up killing the kitten in front, like just basically executing the kitten. So I stabbed the kitten in the head. When I did, the individual instructor that was in front of me was like, did you just do that because the other kid didn't? And I was like, I didn't really say much. I kind of was a little upset because it was true, you know, like he didn't do it. I felt like if I did it, that I would be worse. He passed us, put him in the program. It doesn't matter, you know. And they basically argued for the point of me being put in the assassin program. That was the start of it. But they still trained us on site. So after that, we would start doing stuff like PT, physical training. We would dress up in what looked like the Vietnam green uniforms, and like we'd have black combat boots, white T-shirts and stuff, and we'd run around these courses around this mall and stuff, and do exercises and stuff like that. Later on, they decided to start doing what I would say was like battle royales, and they gave us these like rifles, and they like I had basically I put together a thing where what the body armor kind of looked like for the most part. They would have us do these battle royales, and the instructor would sit at the top, or like right in that middle area, and would basically instruct us to fight each other. So we ended up going at it against each other, and after we would be shot at, there would be a device that would electrocute us, a suit that we would wear. So if we got hit, we would be electrocuted. So it'd be like as if we were being shot. From what I can recollect is that most of these individuals are either brought into these occult groups, or that they're just mind control, and that the top leadership of all these groups are either draconian or reptilian and or Nordic, and that basically we're in a proxy, we're the proxies in their wars that they're having, and we're basically just pawns as a species, as are other beings on other planets. I mean, it's pretty comprehensive if you think about it. I don't think we have any humans that are actually directly in charge. They're all being controlled by the upper echelons, which happen to be aliens. The reason why I stopped is because I saw that he had a Beretta, 9mm Beretta, tucked into his back pants, and he basically let me know that if I didn't get my ass over that fence and go and get into the van, that he would walk up to the house on the property, and he would go and execute both my parents and put me in the programs permanently. And he called it the programs. His name was Larry, right? Larry Shears. And when my first interview, I never said his name, but I said where he was located, that he saw that, and he ended up dying like 2 weeks after that interview.
So they're probably listening even to this right now.
Oh, for sure.
Well, don't do any name drops unless you want them gone, I guess.
Well, even if I don't do name drops, they still know. They'll still figure it out. So it's like,
well, are you concerned they'll come after you?
I'm pretty sure eventually they will. It is what it is, man.
Why do you think like for instance, I mean, you're going public now, so why do you think they haven't done it already? Do you think they still have a use for you? Maybe they think you're recoverable.
It's because of some of my clones, and I'm still active in a lot of different groups, like a lot of different units and stuff, out in space and here on Earth. But I think it's mainly because of my main clone.
So,
my secondary main clone.
If you were to do some integration work and start rehoming these other clones and killing them off.
So in other timelines that I've been in, because I'm not actually from this time. So to explain it in layman's terms, there's other timelines that have their own branches of timelines. And there's the timeline that you guys are in. You guys have been a part of a loop that's gone on for about 4 different loops before previous, and this will be your 5th one. And this would technically be more than 6 at this point for me, but I remember 6 when I first started remembering. Max Pierce is a major part of that. He talks about that in one of his interviews on that he did with I can't remember the guy's name. They were walking in this little town, and he starts talking about his that black dragon and the gold key, right? And like once I see that interview, I do the same thing. I work the same job that I work at. I get sick that same day. I end up like coming down sick, realizing it, and I start having flashes of memories of other timelines and stuff that I was a part of. But later on, once I start doing the integration work, and I actually go hardcore with the integration work, then they start coming around and start trying to threaten me. I have one dude that ends up showing up at my house. He's done it a few timelines. And basically, I do what I have to do to get him out. It's going to be pretty funny. I hope it happens again in this one.
What about
normally they spin white vans, and they sit outside of my house and monitor me further on down the road. I mean, I've had the white van show up at my work and sit in the parking lot, because I start talking about stuff. with other people when I'm doing messenger stuff. And they monitor me from afar right now, but later on they're going to try to do whatever they got to do. It's not going to work out for them.
Okay.
It's a pretty interesting situation, especially like if I end up meeting with you guys. That's when they normally start abducting me and stuff to find out like who the individuals are that are around me, what they're doing, who they're looking for, stuff like that. My alter John took the memories that he served when he was the captain of the ship with Penny, and took the memories of when he would order her to blow planets and stuff. Basically, only showed him and then showed the planets being destroyed. And when he did, he basically talked to this warrior class Draco, and they interfaced, and he basically showed him images of blowing up these planets, which freaked out this warrior class Draco. And he basically was like, I work on behalf of, I work with Notchwathen, and I want these individuals, I can't remember what their names were, but basically the dude's wife and kids, and Notchwathen will basically reimburse you. And when he did that, like, this Draco believed him, and he basically got off the ship, brought up those individuals, which at the time John thought they were humans, but they weren't. They were like humanoid, like blue humanoids. And they brought up his kids, and John basically was kind of shocked at that point, because he was used to them only being around humans. He served at Solar War, and it just shocked him. But anyways, he was talking to this warrior class Draco, and he basically said, hey, go back on your ship. You'll be contacted. They'll give you the resources that you ask for, whatever it is that you ask for them. And they got aboard their ship. When they got on their ship and started flying away, he basically told his son to contact his father-in-law at both ship. So they did. They basically blew up the ship. At first they were like, what? And like the father-in-law was like, what? And I was like, blow up the fucking ship. I was like, they're gonna start contacting Notchwathen wanting their money. They're not gonna pay. Blow up the ship. So they ended up blowing up the ship in the atmosphere, and that warrior Draco basically picked me up and dragged me as a kid into his room on the ship and raped me, for basically dishonoring him, as his perspective was. And basically, I got raped into unconsciousness.
All right.
But that's what started my time in the Merchant Marine Fleet, and then I past that I had memories of being on that planet with the Orange, and we were offloading. So there was these big ass cargo holds that we had. It's basically looks like a storage shed, like the big storage units that we have here on Earth that transport products on ships and stuff. That's what we kept a lot of the humans in, and they normally were wearing like rags and stuff like that, like whatever clothes they had at the time when we picked them up. That's what they had, and they were all torn, and they were covered. Like the group that I worked for didn't really give a fuck as long as they were allowed to be sold. Like me in that altar, he wasn't enthusiastic about the situation, but it's like, what do? Normally, like, you try to go against any one of these factions, they'll just shoot you in the head and tell you obey them or space you or whatever. So he was on this planet, and this planet was basically we were trading these slaves for technology to this group known as the Orange. Okay, and in the process of that, before we even met with the Orange, there were these three individuals that were there. One of them was like my second for the ship, and the other two were individuals that were supposed to wash the slaves and get them ready for exchange. And they were basically assholes, and they basically, in short form, were like, we're not going to do anything unless they started the conversation talking about wanting to fuck some of the slave women, and my altar was like, no, we don't have time for that shit. You have to offload these individuals. We're on the time limit. And they were like, well, we're not going to do anything unless you let us fuck these women. And then, and this altar was like, fuck, because if they didn't do their part, I would get punished for it. And as I was drifting off, the warrior class Draco that's on that ship that I served with, I fucking hate his guts, right? So he was like, ask me nicely and I'll save you. So they showed up on the ship to pick me up while I was in that club, suffocating. And my alter fucking hates this Draco because he raped him, remembers him raping him. So he's like, fuck you, you know? And there was a gray that's there, and that was like, eventually got tired of it, was like, fuck it, just basically picked me up. And when they decided that he was going to take me aboard the ship, I jumped into my secondary when Johan went to go talk to him. And I basically took him over. I was like paying attention, and I was like, well, who the fuck is this guy? That, you know, that alter basically had the outlook like, who the fuck does this guy think he is? He's fucking trying to kill me. So I was paying attention as he was talking, and then he walked off. So when he talks about being pulled to the carpet, I was eventually brought back, you know, aboard the ship. I stood off to the side as the people that were on my ship that were in charge of me basically had him pulled to the carpet, and it basically reamed his ass, and he tried to act like a smart ass when he was talking to the individuals from my group. So I sat there and like we were having it back. I was sitting off to the side. They were like the guy that was in charge of him is called the old man or whatever. Quite awkward. But I remember meeting them and then a group known as Blue, and like we would sell them slaves and stuff. And like, they were really awkward beings. But the Greys that worked for the Merchant Marine Fleet, man, they're pretty fucking evil. They're pretty brutal, and they're really intrusive. And like, I think that was the worst Grey interaction I ever had. Because I've dealt with the Greys that served the Solar Warden and stuff, but like, you know, it's just these ones were just void of compassion. I'll just put it that way, because Solar Warden will take people's DNA and clone them and use them for operations too. So, I mean, from my point of view, all these factions in space are fucking scum, and they all use slavery in one way or another, one fashion or another, and they all are going to rape us and do all sorts of fucking shit to us. I don't think any of them are good from my point of view.
What about, say, the Kruger faction?
I've served in Kruger before. I have very few memories of Kruger, but I remember the old man, and I remember like working in a prison for them, and I remember only speaking German, and they're fucking rapists too. Like, they're just scum.
I'm calling on every brave soul out there to join me in the fight. Expose these Draco reptilians, Dracos, Draconians. They're the white ones, and then there's the warrior class that are brown and green, but doesn't matter. Draco reptilians, okay? Because there's other reptilians that I think are not so bad. They're just like other people that we're not worried about. You know, it's all different races, and we can accept them and have a good time with them, and everything's cool. But it's these Draco reptilians and their empire that we got to overthrow, okay? Because we're not going to be free. We're not going to have a happy, true, free, open, fun, great human time on this planet until we get rid of these motherfuckers, okay? I'm telling you, it's these Draco reptilians. I finally realized it. I finally decided I'm going to call it what it is. And after I saw this interview with Joseph Powell, I said, you know what? Let's now we got a name here, okay? And let's say, fuck these Draco reptilians. Fuck you. You're not allowed on Earth. Anywhere near it, in it, or around it. This is our planet. Fuck you. Either I'm going to die, or I'm going to receive power from God to fight these Draco reptilians and kick them off our planet. The big problem we have is that people can't believe it. It's just too far-fetched. It sounds like a science fiction movie. You sound like a fucking idiot to talk about it. Well, guess what? There's coming a time in the future people are going to see the truth, and they're going to know. They're going to know that there's a few brave people that stood up, and finally more and more stood up, and finally more saw, and finally more evidence came out, and finally they did something about it. They got us enslaved, friends. Don't you know? Everything's under their control. The news, the internet, the medical system, the education system, all business, all governments, all police forces, everything. Okay? And it's hard to believe, but it's true. it's not humans that are behind this. It's non-humans that are controlling elite humans, and they are behind it, and they're using ultra advanced tech, coercion, blackmail, all the dirty tricks that you can imagine, and then some. I mean, like the dirtiest book of tricks you can imagine, and then using ultra high tech that could be in excess of 1 million years in advance of us technologically. That's how we just have no hope on our own of busting these reptilians unless we have God helping us. So that's why I say, look to God, because this whole thing is not just about overthrowing these reptilians. It's about saving the soul. That's why God has this whole impossible situation in place where it's so hard to believe. Because only the righteous man who says, you know what? Fuck this. Somehow, fuck this, even though there's no other way. And how are my kids going to eat? How am I going to survive? And what's everybody going to think? I don't care. Fuck this. Okay? And when you do that to a certain extent, God will reveal the way he did to me. He revealed what's going on here so that I can fight, so that I am awake. Who's going to join me? Fuck these Draco reptilians. Who's going to join me? Fuck these Draco reptilians. First, we got to expose them. Then we got to pass laws against them. Then we got to go to war. Of course, humans would still be doing bad things even without these Draco reptilians and their satanic ritual abuse. Think about this, okay? Would humans on their own be eating human flesh and drinking human blood and raping children? No. Where do you think pedophilia comes from? These reptilians and their reptilian spirits that attach themselves to people, and the reason they get them to sexually molest children is because they can program their mind to do that, because then that reptilian that's attached to that human can then suck the energy, that prepubescent energy. I mean, this is the kind of world we have for our children and for our lives going forward. I mean, you're going to tell me that you're not going to stand up and do something about it? I mean, why not join me? I mean, I don't know who I can get to join me to expose these Draco reptilians, because they have a whole civilization off-world and underground and all this stuff going on, and they have a whole system in place that keeps people asleep.
No, it's not, said the brother who spoke less. One of us was adopted, the boy told the teacher. She asked. The boys looked at each other and smiled. The brave and said, we asked Dad a while ago, but he just said he loved us both and couldn't remember which one was adopted. By putting our faith in Jesus, we become his adopted brothers and sisters. We also become God's adopted sons and daughters. As children who have been fully adopted and accepted, we have the same blessings as his son, Jesus. Romans 8:28 is our reality because we have been adopted into God's family. His Spirit in us confirms his word. The Apostle Paul said in 1 Corinthians 2:14-16, says, the person without the Spirit does not accept the things that come from the Spirit of God, but considers them foolishness and cannot understand them because they are discerned only through the Spirit. The person with the Spirit makes judgments about all things, but such a person is not subject to merely human judgments. For who has known the mind of the Lord so as to instruct him? But we have the mind of Christ. After we become part of God's family, we understand and know that these things are true. For example, we know that everything works out for our good because God blesses us in every situation of our lives through his Holy Spirit. God lets everything happen in our lives and uses it for our good. Yes, sometimes we can't make sense of this idea. It's hard to understand that not only does God let everything happen, but we think for our good in some way. I am sure you know what I mean. You know, they use both good and bad things that happen to their kids to help them learn about life and grow, even from bad and unfair things that happen. John MacArthur once said, no matter what our situation, our suffering, our persecution, our sinful behavior, our pain, our lack of faith, in those things as well as in all other things, our Heavenly Father will work to produce our ultimate victory and blessing. Any temporary harm we may suffer will be used by God for our benefit. In 2 Corinthians 12:7-10, Paul says, to keep me from becoming conceited because of these surpassingly great revelations, there was given me a thorn in my flesh, a messenger of Satan to torment me. 3 times I pleaded with the Lord to take it away from me, but he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in
Anyone investigating so-called, well, this is a section, educate yourself to log, answer the questions on two individuals' comments. I couldn't get it straight, I just woke up. What is a false story? Right. No, it's live. I'll just let it play for people to have a look at. But until that, it wasn't streaming the website. You should be able to go straight forward onto, okay. Somebody called, what a name, don't even know it's real, but Chop 221, is this pre-recorded live while you're checking YouTube? Corporations, you will be able to tell it's live. Judge Hound, I don't know, that is a real individual, but made some interesting points. So, the rag, I can't read that. RAGNAROK event of Scandinavian folklore is the Nephian War, which is really posted war detailed in the books of Enoch. Yeah, I was listening to the Book of Enoch, my headphones on, and Jubilees, and was fought on the island and continent. Oh, I didn't know it was fought on the island of Antarctica. Wow, that's interesting. Which was fought on the 100-mile X 100-mile Bernard battle plan. Wow, you know your history. Somewhere at the base of the Mount Vincent, massive, the tallest peak and tomb of the fallen witches. In brackets. Wow. So imagine what this would be on the ground down there. Is it? Oh.
To politicians and like all sorts of shit. And I never really talked about it with anybody. So that's why he always thought I was like investigating stuff, you know? Like he thought I was a cop or something.
Do you ever remember any portals opening up and demons walking through?
I remember, yes, there was this being that started coming through. I have photos of it, I sent you. And that being, I don't know what the fuck that being was, but he was pretty evil. But it was like, if you think about the Emerald City in Alice in Wonderland, Wizard of Oz, if you think about the Emerald City, like there was like emerald shards that were in front of him as he was approaching. And that was like towards the end of my time there. And I remember, like, I was the one who told Tony to use his weapon to attack this thing.
Is it? Or is it Ashtar?
No. That's brilliant, actually. He's the pilot for the ship that Ashtar's on. There it is. That was Fear on. So, like, Tony was on. So when Alder was there, Tony was on the right-hand side. That was the left-hand side. And he basically made Tony was on. So when Alder was there, Tony was on. And he basically made us, he looked at us and was like, one of you is going to have to sacrifice yourself, you know. So for this ritual thing. And
you should have said there and go. He said, I volunteer you to do it.
Yeah, so, you know, like, not joked out, but they were basically assholes.
And the stream cut out. Steve. Intriguing. Let me see a different, might be the website. See, Well, that's what I was saying.
Not only that, they walk away, they could literally do anything they wanted and be safe.